Okay, folks, we're back. Unexpectedly. I actually thought I wouldn't have been able to get on here until this evening, if at all. And change of plans, I'm on now. So, we brought these two cars that we built this morning in here. We need to prime some stuff, and then we probably need to kill some time while the primer dries. So, that's probably going to lead us in a new direction. I'm going to try to sort some of the vehicles that I have. We'll see how that goes. A little bit of show and tell. So, we've cleared out the other desk, so we should be able to rotate the computer. Bam, put it over there, and we'll take a look at that. All right. So, let's prime this stuff. The engine fits perfectly. I've had this engine a long time. It's like made for this vehicle. So that is a super pleasant surprise. Super pleasant surprise on that. This thing is definitely looking the part. It's definitely going to fit the spirit of the name. Let's put it that way. So I actually need a third one of these, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to share this and the engine on the same one. I've had this a long time too. Finally found the right thing for it. And of course, rockets. Rockets on the back there. I believe these are all from Creepy Hero Studios. I believe so. I don't know if the rockets are. But anyhow, let's get a brush here. Brush these, and we'll move over to the other desk while this dries. So we gave this a brown wash. And before I forget, because I can totally see forgetting this, I'm going to put primer in here where there's the hot glue gun that looks shiny and stuff like that. If you got some kind of a recess, I want to make sure that it's dark so it doesn't draw attention to itself. It actually worked really well. Better than building something, a facade out of like plastic card or something like that. Like I said, when I was starting this morning, I was like, maybe we'll learn a new skill. I think I did. It's something else that worked okay. Something that worked all right. Yeah, I thought we were going to go on this morning to go out and do our weekend stuff, but it was suggested to me that we do that later. And I'm like, all right, well then I'll go work on some stuff. So that's done. Does this vehicle have the same situation? Yeah, maybe there's some spots here that could use some. That's weird. Power flicker. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get the centers also. I'm glad I found a use for that Jeep. I thought that was just gonna be like garbage, but I thought about it like, yeah, let's use the undercarriage for something. So that's perfect. All right, and then we've got these rockets here. I'm not a big fan of painting these. I've painted these on several occasions. Once these guys get done, this will be the third version of the rockets. I run out of steam thinking about how to make them differently. And like you want to make them stand out, but you don't want them too loud. It's kind of like a balance between, you know, too much of a good thing. Doesn't need to look believable. I've got some other rocket mounts, but they definitely look turreted, and this definitely does not look turreted. It's got, you know, some mega bolts on there for it to bolt this mount to something. And we could make this a turreted rocket launcher, but then we wouldn't have the two shotguns. And I think that's kind of a unique thing about it. Okay. And then the engine that we've been sitting on for a long time. Well, a long time is relative. I only got these a couple months ago. But from the get-go, I've had this engine, and it's just needed to find the right build for it. I had a salad for lunch, and it was cut in a lot of little pieces, and that's probably what that is. All right, and then these horns, this bull, or it's going to be glued here to the front. It's not a ram; it's just a decoration. But the bone collector. That's not who he is, but. All right, now, we don't need to do anything back here in the back because this rocket is going to, let me grab another one that, I have a couple of these. So you can get a visual reference on what it's going to look like. Bam, what's in here? Here it is. So it's going back here in the back. That pretty much uses up this whole space. It doesn't look funny if I don't add anything else to it. But we're gonna need to add mesh and or a cover for the front of this. Let me remove that. That thing is bigger than most things. There's a couple of these that I have. That's usually the first thing I run out of is those plates, and those are by Switchyard Studios. I've only ordered parts from two people. Switchyard Studios and Creepy Hero. I've ordered from them both twice. Here's the front. That looks spot on. That looks like, yes. Yep. Yep. That. I mean, it even sits in there. Yep. Yep. That's a winner. We have a winner. All right. I need one more. I think I can use. This is going to be like my favorite vehicle. Not something I would want to drive in real life. I'm just, for flavor wise, this is going to be my favorite vehicle. I say that frequently. I've been really happy with how most of these things have turned out. Okay. There's that, and then the only other thing that we need to do is the mesh. The mesh that we're going to put around the windows. So I've got thin and thick. I don't think I want to do the thin one. I think I want to do the thicker one here. And we're going to start with this piece. And we're going to go up 1, 2, 3. So let's get. I don't have to use that big cutting board. I just need something that can offer some resistance. Even something like this will work. I guess it's right here. What? Take off this whole course. And probably half of the next one. So we'll need 2 of these. Same bottom here. Okay, listen here. What kind of airbrush do you have? I know, I probably shouldn't distract you. But thanks for coming back, Lee. We're going to do a deep dive here in a second as soon as I get this stuff glued and deep dive at my ridiculous stash. Every time I'm now to the point where every time I use my airbrush, I feel like I'm getting better at it. Like first it was like, you have a good experience, next time it's a nightmare. And then eventually it's kind of ironed all the problems out of it. It is a uphill battle. Compared to hand painting. I mean, I don't have any problems hand painting. And now the airbrush is like a positive experience every time. Okay, this is the one for this side, so let's check this one, how it goes. What's wrong with the bottom? Why is it all like crick-crocked? Yeah, we just need to straighten that out. Okay. Something like that. You got 4 airbrushes. My one you like to use is a trigger one. Oh, okay. I bet you have better control with that. My only gripe with it is like, you've got this much travel. You've got like, an inch, 3/4 of an inch. And if you go past like the first 16th, you've got putting out too much. So it's better every time I use it. So I kind of welcome using it every time I get, because it's just an opportunity to become more comfortable with it. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. The ones with those trigger things. Yeah, they look like they're more comfortable. They had a sale on. I got mine. Mine's an Iwata HPCS. I got it because the Hobby Lobby had them on. They didn't have them on sale. They had them for sale, and they had all the support for them with all the extra needles, and they're Japanese, and and they had a good reputation, and they take apart real easy. So that's the reason I got one of those. Not that there's not other brands that probably would have done just fine. I got that one, and I've been pretty happy with it. I don't know what I was going to say. I don't know what I was going to say, but there's other brands I'd probably be happy with as well. But that's just the reason why I picked up that one. I could try it, and then if it didn't do what I needed it to do, I could return it. And you have all this travel and you can't use all of it. It's kind of like the Celsius temperature scale. It goes up to 100 and you only use the first 45. Actually, it's worse than that. Then proportionally, it'd be like if the Celsius scale went up to 200, and you only use the first like 30. You just use the very little. That's really the only gripe that I have about it. With it, not really. It's not even a gripe. It's not even a gripe anymore. You know, it's a. I get better at it every time I use it. So. All right, let's get the super glue out here and glue these little things, and then we'll go over to the other desk and while this stuff is drying. You got an airbrush spray booth with a fan in. Yeah, I don't know that I'm ever going to get one. Not that there's anything wrong. I don't want an airbrush here. I'd love to, but then I got to worry about being quiet, and maybe if I had an airbrush with a tank that wouldn't run so much, because mine runs a bit. I didn't buy an expensive tank one on purpose, and I was looking when I was looking for suggestions on which airbrush and tank combination to get. What I kept reading is people said it's like just buy a quality airbrush, don't spend a lot of money on the compressor. As long as it has a tank, and that's what I got. Because I have one compressor that has no tank, and that's not a good solution. All right, let's put this, and we will glue it into place like so. And then we'll do the same on this other side. Okay, and this we can prime after it's stuck on there. Is this dry? It is. Yeah, this should fit on here fine now. It does. It even fits like in the notch and everything. Let's go ahead and glue that thing in too. Man, today's going really well. Well, since I'm in the gluing mode, you're the youngest guy in your. I assume you have a train group that you get together with. Are you the youngest guy in your train group? There was a hobby show today in the villages. I was remembered. I didn't want to go. I don't need any more. I don't need any more models. I'm good. And there's the spare engine for that. And then this thing is going to go right here. And while we're thinking about it, let's keep pushing on. Hey, what's up, Hoffman? I'm on a fucking roll, man. We're having a great freaking weekend. I hope you are too. Things have gone really well. You know, I built up here's the suspension. I spliced this together from 2 different vehicles. And then I used hot glue gun to fill in the gap between it, and it worked great. You know, I got a pack that had this Jeep that was useless. I used it for the bottom of the Simpsons mobile. Just going freaking great. So I'm gonna let this dry after I paint the black on here, and then we're gonna go to the other side and we're going to see if we can sort these vehicles. So if you want to see a shitload of, I don't know, it's more than a shitload of die-cast cars. I had bought some bags to sort them, and then I lost them. You know, into like the different groups and stuff. You missed your shows today. Wasn't expecting another. Well, there you go. I wasn't expecting one either, but it's like, you know, this is one of the most positive things I can do throughout my day is do a show, because it keeps me. I mean, I'm in a great mood. You know, I don't care how many of these cars you have. The investment to level of fun that you have with them is like a lot. So this is Redneck Riviera. It is a Buick Riviera, and it is rednecked out. It's going to have rockets, 2 shotguns. Where is it? Right, rockets. I wrote it out there. Rockets and 2 shotguns and something like that. That's the gist of it. And now I can start looking at suspensions. Now I can be like, okay, the bottom of this looks really good. I could use this for something else. You know, I could go to that guy at the flea market who has a whole bin of 50-cent cars. And just like, okay, forget the body style. Any of these wheels any good, you know? That kind of stuff. I drilled this thing out successfully. And it's metal on metal. I mean, it's like, you know, everything's gone right. You know? So maybe I just got lucky. Or maybe it's using that particular drill that I used. I don't know why that would have made a difference. One thing's for sure, I felt like it was a lot safer. Like I wasn't going to have an accident and, you know, like injure myself. Which was my problem initially with how everything was going about. And I may make this a compact car. I haven't decided yet. But we don't need to worry about that one. We need to work on this one. But once again, a win for the hot glue gun. Yeah, I noticed you weren't on. Hopefully you didn't miss my shows because you were doing something, you know, worthless like sleeping in. Hopefully you did something useful with it. I know people that sleep in almost noon, and I'm like, oh my God. F that. It's a waste of time. Good to hear. I had a really late start today. Did you stay up late or something? I was already in bed. No, actually, we stayed up late. By the time the wife and I sat down to watch some television, it was like 10. So yeah, I didn't go to bed till almost 11. Which is really late for me. Stayed up late. You have your aunt and uncle in town until Tuesday. Where do they originally live? I never had any aunts or uncles. Both my parents were single children. Okay. Rinse this guy out too. Get a refill on my drink, and then we'll switch the computer off to the other side and take a gander at stuff. They are all right, just really ignorant about stuff. Uh-oh. Well, they'd probably get a kick out of the name of this vehicle then. Because that's going to be a really ignorant driver. All right, we don't have a cup holder on this side, do we? No. All right. Amazon pulled a fast one on me. And I've seen this happen before. They'll tell you, if you order this, you'll get it tomorrow or whatever, right? And you place the order in, and then the next thing you know, it's on the way. It'll be here on 2 days from now. I'm like, wait, I may not have gotten it if that was the case. And that's happened a couple times. You know, order in the next 5 hours, and you can get it tomorrow. You can get it tomorrow, kind of thing. And then you order like immediately, and you get it 2 days from now. I'm like, it's not that I need it badly, and that's my cases. The other ones, I don't like putting like tasks to do at the last minute. At the last minute before I gotta go to work. All right, so they got good humor. They just do dumb stuff like set down drinks on your books. Oh, fuck those people. I hate them already. No, books are holy. No, 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 no. They're not coming. I'm not inviting them over to my house. No, I'm real particular about my books. All right. I'm going to take a pee break. Oh, we got to fix this thing around. I'm going to take a pee break. Literally, not really much of a break. And then I'll be good to go. We'll start pulling stuff out and putting them in bags. Now, if I remember correctly, I kind of already did this before, and then didn't have the bags, got them, and then fucking misplaced them. So, you know. You guys got enough lighting in here? Yeah, I think we got enough lighting in here. All right. Up scope. And let's get both pairs of glasses. The readers and the super readers. Okay. I think there's enough light for you guys here. All right. So this Toyota GR Supra, you know, I could save a lot of space by taking them out of the package. I don't know that I'm willing to do that. Not because I want to resell them. It's just, it kind of protects them. And the BMW, we're going to turn this into Rick's car. So, a BMW 3, okay. Koenigsegg, Gemera, Range Rover. This big thing. I'm putting off doing these. You know, I'm not ready to do them yet. We need to. I got lots of good stuff whenever it comes here. Ridge Raider. This Ridge Raider is going to be like the Dune dudes. Toyota RAV4. Toyota RAV4. So this is a 97 RAV4 and a 2023 RAV4. Okay, where's the nips at? Where's my nips at? Right there. Okay, we can get rid of this bag. Okay. Here's a Land Rover Defender. Brits. Mercedes-Benz 560. This is probably going to be for the Russians. Along with a 500. What's this one? The 560 SEC AMG. Oh, this is a coupe. This is not a coupe. Okay. Same category as that. Look at this thing. I have a feeling that's probably going to be for the brothers. I mean, it says Black Widow. There you go. Nolan would be like, okay, this is like a Mexican one. I think I'm going to do it for the brothers. Do it for the brothers. And a Porsche 911 off-roader. Okay. Let me put all the big things together. All right, we got rid of 2 bags here. All right, what else we got here? Land Rover Defender. Okay, where are those things at? Here. Okay. A Ford RS200. It's got like Gulf logos and things like that on it. Honestly, this is kind of like a free agent. Where's my free agent pile? Guess I don't have any yet. That's going to be a free agent. Like, they don't necessarily go to any affiliation. This is a Mexican truck called La Troca. Mexican pile. Okay. This is a custom 66 Toronado. This goes in the free agents. Standard American fare type vehicles. Couple Honda Civic Customs. Okay, those are the Japanese. This is a London bus. That's for the Brits. Okay, this is pieces parts. This is loose ones. This is the one that we're going to call Bust a Move. BUSSED. That's a free agent. Okay, this is Marty. I got 2 of these for Marty. He wanted 2 of these, so I need to take those out of here. Those go to via Mitch. Land Rover. We'll put in the British team, even though it's probably going to be an Indian driver. Oh my goodness! Exactly. Another Land Rover Defender, but this time in blue. A Mazda 3. Dude, these are good looking vehicles. You see them? I like the way they look. And Slideburn. This is kind of a free agent. And here's another Land Rover Defender. It's the same as this yellow one. We just have it in maroon. Ah, what a maroon. Okay, these are in bags. Here is the other Opal for Marty. All right, let me get these. Those go over here. Try to get those to mix. I don't know how, but what's this? Fiat. Where's my WAPs at? Right there. I only have one of their vehicles so far done. Civic Custom. Audi. The Germanicus. A Porsche in some in multicolor. So this is going to be like, you know, this is not going to be like an Urban Sister's going to drive this. Plus it's a German car, so it could be on the German team, you know. Dodge Charger Hellcat. Free agents. You know, just generic American stuff. You know, this Purple Passion's probably going to be for the Mexicans. For the lowriders. ¿Dónde está? There it is. Here's another Mercedes-Benz E3. So I've got 2 of them. I accidentally bought a second one. Okay, well, we're gonna have a duplicates pile. Here's a Porsche 911 in pink. That's Dieter's car. That's what he's gonna be. Here is an Audi TT Coupe. A modern Subi that doesn't get any wave because people don't like them. It's got those stupid plastic fender things. The rest of it looks so... You know, I have a 21, but when they came out with a new one, there was concept drawings of what this vehicle is going to look like. And the concept drawings were just flat out sexy. So one of the things in the concept drawings is a two-door car, and it didn't have like this plastic around the freaking wheels. The problem is it makes it look like it has a huge freaking gap. And it was a great looking vehicle. And then they're like, oh yeah, we're not going to come out with that. We're going to come out with this. And like, people didn't like it. You know, I mean, some people liked it, but, you know. Datsun MR2. Okay. Nissan Sentra. 1970 Citroen, I do. We'll see. We'll see. It would be in a card if I do. Nissan Sentra. Talk about generic cars. This is a roadkill generic. It's over here in the free agents. We call them free agents. Okay. This is a car. This is one of the ones I spent too much money on. I ended up getting another one of these, but because of the fact that it's a neon, it costs like $4. But we'll put it over here in the Germans. I already built this. Arschgeiger is a blue one of these. This BMW 2002. 70s BMW. 59 Chevy Impala for Los Mexicanos. An Audi 90 Quattro. It's not a repeat, is it? What do I have? No. That was an Audi Avant wagon. Okay. A Porsche 928. A Porsche 911 Cabriolet. Japanese RX-7. Another 911 Carrera. Yeah, that's what I said. Okay, here's the Italian land. Okay, we got a Lamborghini Huracan, which means hurricane in Spanish. Sterato, a 365 Ferrari Competizione, Maserati Shamal, a good-looking vehicle, and a Ferrari SF90 Stradale. So I'm going to put this in Italian land over here. All right, what else we got here? We got this Flamin' Weenie. What's it called? Street Wiener. This is in the weirdo pack. Weirdo things. And Driftbox, somebody told me this was a Yugo. I think Marty told me this was a Yugo. So we're going to put these in the free agent land. But that's technically, I'm not even going to entertain these being up here. That is a huge category. That's a very large category of cars. I'd call them generic Americans, but, you know. Mazda RX-3, never seen one of these before in real life. Japanese. The Kit Concept. So this is the, Knight Rider mobile, new version. I saw a video where somebody had taken LEDs and made it so the little light goes back and forth. Pretty cool, but I don't have that much free time on my hands. Kit Concept. That's over there in the people with no teams. All right, here's an expensive one, meaning it wasn't $1. Pontiac Bonneville. I don't know who should get this one, the brothers or the Mexicans. I think the brothers should have this one. It's lowered. And we'll give it to the brothers. That's some of my favorite vehicles, is the Urban Brothers. Okay, Roller Toaster. Look at this whack job thing. That's over here in the generics. 2 milk trucks. I didn't know I had these. This, I should cannibalize one of them for the running gear. I should cannibalize this for the running gear. Yeah, that Bonneville's beautiful. That's a beautiful vehicle. Like the casting, it's like really, really nice. So, these are good to cannibalize for the running gear. I don't know that I will, but. All right, what else we got down here? Yeah, let's put some order to this so I can find things a little quicker. This is I got from the model show, Modelpalooza. Some guy was selling these old things for $1 a piece. So this is semi-fast. I'm going to put a category where I have my trucks in. Okay, so this is going to go in the truck category. Look at this beautiful thing. 71 Dodge Challenger. Look at the stripes on this. An awesome vehicle. Perfect for this game. Goes over there. Muscle Mania Revenger ST, a make-believe vehicle. Perfect for Gaslands. Nice striping. A little dark. Which means you probably need to make it nice and dusty to make some of that stuff stand out. I like blue as a color. I don't really like blue cars. I don't know why. They just don't turn out well. Here's a Redneck Special Cruise Bruiser. Something you would see on Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. You know. This is the vehicle. Mitch had this, and I took it from him. This is going to be Pinch-A-Penny. It's going to have one of them arm grabber things. '75 Chevy Blazer Custom. Great vehicle. Need a crew, though, because it's open top. All right, here's a little French Citroën Ami. Yeah. See, this is way out of scale. This is way out of scale, but it'll just have to work, you know? Where's the frogs at? Over here. All right. I don't have too many of those. Nothing against the frogs. I just kind of started collecting them a little late. This is another expensive-ish one. It's heavy, too. Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. This is probably going to have something like an Orangina type name. So, all my Italian cars have Italian names. So, Alfa Romeo BC Competizione. Competition. I have a few, don't I? Hey, I'm tearing into them. I just need to stop buying them. Okay, Little Roar. This is probably a car for the... I need to start making a Dune Dudes category. That's a Dune Dudes. Dune Dudes! You know, so you have surfers, potheads, hippie-ki-yay would be in there. If I have a technical with, you know, crazy people from Absurdistan, that would work in there as well. Just people that like being around sand. You know, the sand can be connected to the beach or not, you know. Dodge Charger Daytona. Is it... it looks like it's tuned, but maybe it isn't. 68 Corvette Gas Monkey Garage and a 67 Camaro. Muscle cars make great. They really are the best thing. Really. All right, what do we got down here? I'm dying to do one of these. I have two of them, I think. A Chevette. You know, it's got a Chevette with a blower on it. So, is it a blower or a sucker? Well, it sucks in the air. So I don't know why it's called a blower. But, see how it's got... Lights aren't even painted on the front? And even in the little drawing, it does not show the lights being painted. They'll be painted on mine. So. What else we got here? This is a Toyota RSC. This is a cool looking vehicle. It almost kind of looks like, remember that Isuzu Via-Cross? It looks like an Isuzu Via-Cross. So that's over here in the Japanese land. Asian land. Okay. Subaru BRZ. Honda Civic Type R in a boring color. Might be a good one to repaint. There's somebody has a Civic that I see all the time that is like safety green. Not unlike this. I think you see it everywhere. It doesn't have the black hood, but maybe I'll repaint it. Skyline's got some graphics. I don't know what the hell the graphics are. This might be a repainter as well. Hard to find a Skyline. Popular car. Okay, here's the Koreans. Custom Kia EV8. It even has some anime on there. I don't know what kind of anime that is. Is it tentacle porn? Wait, tentacle porn is not anime, is it? Oh, it's electric. Oh. In that case... Here is another Ferrari in red instead of yellow. All right, here's a Mercedes 300 SEL 6.8 AMG. This is another expensive vehicle. This is going to be like, Black Ivan or something like that. I don't know what it is. But this is, you can't even make out how dark it is. This is going to have, red. My Russians are going to all have red stars on them somewhere. No hammer and sickles, just red stars. Where are they? Here? Yeah, I think that might be the only 3 Russian vehicles. Here's a Supra in white instead of blue. The modern Supra, the one that has the roof looks like a pair of ass cheeks. It's got a groove in it. I'm not a fan. I like the 95 Supra better. Civic Custom. Got a horde of those. Oh, keep it down. This wacky looking thing. Picked this up from the flea market at the Model-Palooza. That's over here in the generic Americanos. This looks like a generic Americano vehicle, especially since it's got 43 written on there, but it's an Aston Martin. So I'm going to put this in the British category, but it's going to need an extensive repaint. We certainly need to get rid of that 43. I like the body style of it. This almost deserves to be painted British Racing Green. So, Toyota Celica. Another Type R. This one says Honda on it. I guess one of them is Matchbox, so this one's the Hot Wheels one. Leave it the Hot Wheels to make the more louder looking vehicle. This Hot Wheels Video Game Heroes. It's got missiles already on the front of it. The stripes are good. We'll keep the stripes on there. It's over here in the generics. Another Koenigsegg Jesko. Alfa Romeo Giulia TI Super. I seen this in the store also in white with like some green letters and stuff on it. Certainly don't need 2 of them. What else we got? A Toyota GR86, kind of like a BRZ, but a little bit different. I think the front of the 86 looks better than the BRZ. BRZ has a smiley face. This one looks a little bit meaner. Fiat 300e, 500e, buggy category for the Italians. Man, I need a drink. This is exhausting. And I didn't have any of these before October. So, yeah. But also, I've gotten about 100 vehicles done since October. So, Bugatti. Hey, you Bugatti. Purplish Bugatti looking thing. Okay. Lamborghini Miura. In blue. Pagani Utopia. Guess that's Italian. Italian supercar. And Diamachini Veloce. A fast Diamachini. It's kind of like a Lancia. All right, we have one Frogmobile. Here's another one. A Renault E-Space. Going to keep that in the same color. This might end up being Blackjack Shellac. I don't know. Blackjack Shellac needs to be very black. And another Citroen. This is the 1970 Citroen 2V. Definitely not a powerful vehicle. I don't know how much horsepower these things have. 40? No, they have an odd number of horsepower. Oh, okay, in that case, 39. The hot chicken truck for the brothers. I have the fajita truck for the Mexicans. It's going to be a flamethrower vehicle. Where are they at? I would have a lot of their vehicles because I've done a lot of their vehicles. Probably my favorite vehicles to do, to be honest. If I'm going to be honest with you. And here's another one. 82 Cadillac Seville. There's like a Pimp Daddy mobile right there. Here's another one. I don't know what this is, but it looks like a Buick Regal or something like that. I did get the Citroen. Yeah, I had it. I just couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. Yeah, it's a perfect. I want a Le Car. The problem is if you get a Le Car, it's gonna same thing's gonna happen with that little smart car. It's gonna be about this size, so it's gonna be huge. You know. A Porsche Taycan Turbo 4-door. That's not a Porsche. And electric. That's not a Porsche. I don't know. Some Save the Earth Germanicus dude. You know. Similar to the Challenger is this Plymouth GTX, another excellent vehicle for Gaslands. Excellent. Look at that front. That just says, put guns on me and I'm going to run people off the road. Great striping on there. A Jeep Gladiator. I want to say I have one of these in yellow. Also, maybe I didn't pick that one up. Got motorcycles in the back. '47 Chevy Fleetline. We're going to give this one to the brothers. I could do it for somebody else. I just kind of have to put them in categories. Like, okay, I want to do a vehicle for these guys. Dodge Viper in yellow. I've done one in blue with white striping. Shelby GT 500. Lucid Air. Lucid's American, isn't it? We're going to go over here in the generics. Look at this Kandinsky looking painting thing. The Vanster. That's gotta be for the Nerdburgers. Nerdburgers. Here's a grease monkey right here. This Volvo Gasser. Oh, I should put these with the Swedish cars. What's your team have? Oh, an old ass Volvo and 2 supercars that, you know, cost more than a whole neighborhood worth of mortgages. But we don't have a Swedish team. Sorry, IKEA. Maybe I'll change my mind. This thing. Here's your Asian truck right here. It's got a Lucky Cat on it too. And the front of it looks like it's got guns already on it. Or they're made out of bamboo or something like that. That might be what that's supposed to be. Like bamboo. Metallic bamboo. That could be like a freaking minigun. I searched high and low for this thing, and I finally found it. And now that I found it, now I'm seeing a whole bunch of other ones. This is over in this is the Asians. I got way too many Asians. Okay, what is this? A different Toyota Celica. A Ford Escort, a Chevy Chevette, and a Long Block. These are all in the same category. I think that's the biggest category, so I may just put them back in the bin, and then everybody else can be sorted. And it makes sense that the guys that are all like generic would be there. Here's that 2-set pack with Nosferatu, the Nosferatu on the bottom. The Japanese truck reminds me of Dan to Dan. I don't know that reference. Maybe I should. Got this one a long time ago. Well, a long time ago. I've only been getting these for 4 months. Or 5 or 6 or whatever it is. Batman Arkham Asylum Batmobile. No, it's not Batman. It's just some guy who's... This is going to be batshit crazy. Some guy who thinks he's a vigilante. I picked this up like, yep, that's batshit crazy. Those go in the generic pile. What else do we have here? A Dodge Hemi Challenger. Man, I can have a whole Mopar team. Another long block in a different color. Here is the Buick Riviera that is awesome looking. This thing is freaking gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Bizarre anime on Netflix. That's why I wouldn't know about it. I've never seen it. Only one anime I've seen, and that's when I was a kid. Battle of the Planets. This thing's gorgeous. What a freaking beautiful car. We're not rednecking this thing up. Oh, I do have another Revenger. This one's just in rust color. I like this one a little bit more. Revenger. It's an Avenger, but it's a Ravager. A Tesla Model 6. 5? Sorry, Tesla Model S. Tesla Model S plaid. There ain't nothing plaid about it. Okay, this one is a Brothermobile. It looks like it's got a bunch of like spray can tagging stuff on it. What's that black car? That's a Buick Riviera. It's the same. I'm doing a Riviera now, but mine's, a different year or something like that. That looks like something like the Punisher would drive. Although, what's the car that's in the Punisher? Not the modern Punisher. The one with John Travolta in it. I want to say it's a GTO. Maybe it's a Chevelle, something like that. Brothers are going to get this one. Dune Dudes don't have a lot of stuff. I don't know what this is. A make-believe Walmart brand Adventure Force thing. It does look small. I think we're going to... I don't know. We're going to put that in the generics. Dune Dudes are going to get this one. Volkswagen Beetle. That Tesla's something cheap. I wouldn't mind doing a driverless call called Hans Hoff. That's a good name, man. That's a good name. Hans Hoff. If you don't mind me stealing your name, I will call the well, I don't know if this car is driverless, but it's a German car. Yeah, I'm not going to steal your thunder. Volkswagen Beetle. Is it something cheap? They all cost $1. Volkswagen Beetle goes there. All right. This is tricky because it's lowered. I have a feeling the brothers should have this one. I think this is a brotherly mobile. It looks like an S10 pickup. GMC Cyclone. Looks like an S10. Volkswagen Squareback. Oh, the hippie fuckers have to have this thing. Dune Dudes. Chrysler Pronto. I guess this is another name for whatever that thing they came out with. I don't remember what it was. This is like the same model as the Revenger, but it's called Fast Flash. I think it's very similar. Another Mopar look-alike. Okay, this thing is cool. It's Asian. A Maru GTC. Pretty sure it's make-believe. What's Yellow Jacket in Japanese? That's what this thing ought to be named. We're getting to the end. Here's the second Korean car I have. It's a KEI Swap. Got some kind of graphics or something like that. It looks like Miami Subs or something. Miami Subs. All right, we're out of freaking space. Okay. The Walmart brand, this is oversized as well. This is a 350 or a 300 or a 370Z. Chevy Blazer. Oh, this thing's all rednecked out. '92 Ford Mustang. Got some nice striping on that. What happened to your volume? I don't know. I haven't touched a thing. Corvette Grand Sport and a torque twister. Oh, the one on the bottom is make-believe. A make-believe vehicle. Over in generics. The only Corvette I don't like is that 57 Corvette. The one that has the notch cut to the side. Ugly car. Why? It's a 50s car. I'm telling you, I'm not a fan of 50s cars. And what's last in here? Subaru Brat. A truck for the Japanese. All right. Where are my bags at? I ain't gonna fit shit in here. what was I thinking? Like, yeah, it fits shit in here. I thought I had more of these Italian buggies. Let's see if we can put all the. No, there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell. What I need to do is clear out this stuff in here and put them on different shelves, but I don't have the. Well, you know what? I could put the Italians here. The Pastafarians. I don't think that's what they're going to be called. But. Okay. They're out of the way. Oh, do I have another van store? Oh, this is for the Nerd Burgers. Got it. Well, the Nerd Burgers can have their own bag. Okay? Because there's not that many of them. The French can have their own bag. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to have very many French vehicles. They just don't make them. The generic ones, I think, all need to be in the bottom. I mean, they can all be in here. They just need to be sorted differently. So let's. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. All right. 46 free Asians. That's what we'll call them. 1, 2, 4 Mexicans. We got more, but these are just the ones that are in packages. Well, that's a doubled one. Well, you know what? We could repaint the Mercedes. Russians could have 4 vehicles. Just one of the Mercedes repainted. Yeah, probably a white one. White Russian. No, I could do better than that. That's a bit lame. Yeah, I'd throw these in here, but then they get beat up. And I don't necessarily want them beat up because I don't want to repair them. Four Mex. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Brit. These are ones in packages. I have probably the same amount of cars or more unpackaged. Probably. I guess we'll put these, we will use these Dollar General bags. Okay? Probably work out just fine. Okay? Sand Dudes, 3. Japanese are going to need a bag, that's for damn sure. Asians, damn it! This is Dune Dudes. 4. Dune Dudes. Dunes! Yep, that's them. Dunes! Yep, you too. Alright, where are you listed these? French. 3. Alright, let me go get some. Let me get some regular grocery bags. I finally use for these things. We collect these and don't use them for anything. Alright, Japanese. Actually, Germans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Japanese. Asians, damn it! Ah, fuck it, we're just calling it Japanese. I'll throw the 2 Korean cars away, it's just a Japanese team. Who am I kidding? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Asian. All right. Brothers. Brotherly love. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I can get more bags. I'll rather have bags. All right. Oh, Asians, 29. Okay, we'll call this Swedes, even though I don't have any more of this category. And we're going to put the Russians in the same category. 4 Russians. Yeah, all those oligarchs love Mercedes. Supposedly. Okay, drink. I guess technically this is a German. And trucks, we're going to go 2. Even though there's, well, really 3. Okay. Now we can look at the loose ends. And not count the ones that I have apart. All right. Let's start here. These from the plastic bag all came from that store in Ocala. So this is a, yeah, should I take them out of the bag? Are some of them out of the bag? No, they're all well protected. I'm not going to take them out of the bag. Okay, so we got this Impala. Okay, that's for the Mexicans. This is like a generic truck thing. This is a great vehicle right here. This is one of these cinnamon toast trucks. This is like the serial killers, right? But they all have Richard Petty's number on them, so I have to remove that 43 somehow. I'm sure I'll be able to do that. Those are generics. This is now we need the super glasses. This is a, I'll say nope, that's a 70 Chevelle. Yeah, it looks like a freaking Mercury. Okay, that's a generic. You know, beautiful color and beautiful striping. Like that's like perfect. And there's no stripes up here, so this is like perfect for like a long Gatling gun or something like that. Maybe we'll make it like really fast and the Gatling gun shoots towards the back. I don't know. We have one with a bunch of zombies. That's also a generic, like, you know, no specific team spirit. MBX Science Center. This is a Nerdburglar van. You'll like this. This is a tuned Mustang, like a Boss Mustang that's tuned a little. I think it's tuned a little bit. Maybe it isn't. Pretty cool color. This is a Focus RS in some wild ass colors. Again, generic. Okay, this is the Halley's Comet Sperm Mobile. I'll show this to you. I literally got this so we could make fun of it. It is a Chevy Pro Stalker, and it has Halley's Comet Welcome Back written on it. And yeah, this is going to be the Sperm Mobile. I don't know if that's what it's going to be called, but that's what it looks like. It's got the creepy face kind of thing, you know. A truck category. Got another one of these. Instead of zombies, we have pirates. Dune dudes. Dune buggy here. It's got like these flames that look like people, almost like Burning Man. Here is a El Camino. Great vehicle for this. Great vehicle. It has a ridiculous engine. Actually, be a second engine. El Camino has an engine at the front. It's got 2 engines. Here is a boss type Mustang from Johnny Lightning. All in black. Some make-believe vehicle called Roger Dodger 2.0. I guess this is the electric one. Can't call that thing Roger Dodger. My James Bond car is going to be Roger Dodger. Okay, this is here's the bottom of this guy. This is going to be like Mud Puppy or something like that. I don't know if this is that. I don't know if this is that useful. This is definitely a redneck movie. The subcategory of the generic stuff. This is a Corvette. Camaro convertible. A Camaro convertible. Okay. Need crew. Another Doom thing, way oversized. Like it's huge for any drivers. So there's a chance this will be cannibalized. I believe I bought this in a set of multiple vehicles. Ice cream truck. Pooh Koenig. Oh, the Pooh King. The Pooh that goes with it should be somewhere. Here's another crushed vehicle. This is how it comes. It looks like it's crushed, but that's how it comes when it's new. So, another Porsche. Nope, it's a Pikes Peak Celica. This will probably get repainted. Where's the Japanese at? This beautiful, the green Torino. Yeah, we don't want to take these out of the package and get them all beat up and stuff. Here's a tuned Chevelle. Yikes. Yeah, it's a tuned Chevelle. And some kind of generic truck. MIG rig. I feel like I got that recently. Got all kinds of stuff in the back of it. Some made in China. Well, I don't know. It's like a Wagoneer. It's like a Wagoneer looking thing. And a truck here. And another truck. All generic stuff. Oh, here's the Pooh King thing. Pooh King. Captain Kaka. Okay, here's an old thing that from when I was doing my Africa project, I painted this thing black. A tractor, which actually looks like it's kind of in scale. That's got to be for the rednecks. Ain't nobody but a redneck driving that thing in a battle. Battle tractor. Some La Fasta. That's generic. You put La on it, that doesn't mean anybody's going to buy it. Japanese, this is a STI hatchback. Suzuki STI. God damn, I have a lot of vehicles. Ain't no other way to say that. Here's a Momo, which is a Volkswagen. Where's my Germans at? Do I have any? Well, there may not be any out here. Okay. And a Porsche, $959. And a Porsche something else. Okay, so this is a German. This is a Ferrari. And this is a Quattro. Okay, so these are all together because they're all German. Got it. So we're going to go over here. We're going to add 4 to it. I have a feeling there's not any more of those. Is this a German truck? Poop King. Oh, it says Pukonig on the other side. I guess it's a. It is a German. It is a British German contraption. Combination of two. Oh Christ! Okay. And these are all Japanese. Okay. We haven't counted that one yet. I'm just curious what the number is. I may actually have less than I thought. I thought I had 400. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. 400 is a lot. At least we're doing them though. Oh yeah, these are all Japanese. Okay, so I did do some of this sorting. That's what happened. I was doing sorting and then I had to clean my room up. Okay, so we have an Eclipse, a Z, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this is a wacky thing. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Plus 17. Okay, this is redneck. Mexican nerd burglar. Italiano. Okay, what's in here? These are all service vehicles. Right, we're going to keep them all together. This is all parts to rigs and shit like that. We'll keep them all together. And then here we have a cacophony of loose shit. Let's see what we got here. We have this is a Johnny Lightning Camaro. That goes over here. Most of these are going to go into this category. So we can lump all these and put these all in a bag. Here's a Lucky Charms and other Lucky Charms. This one's a Challenger. This is one that has a bunch of rockets. Definitely for the Doom dudes. Okay. A tank. I don't know who the hell is going to get this tank yet. This is like a hot rod, tuned out vehicle. Same category. I better make room. These guys are going to grow here. Look at this alien fucker. It's like something from Mars Attacks or something. Actually, it looks like Borderland the pre-sequel. If you saw those guys have little air tank helmets, it kind of looks like that. I don't know. You gotta. If you haven't seen it, you don't know what I'm talking about. I think this is going to be a Dune Dudes. This is called Jungle Whip. I believe this is one of the first vehicles that Mitch used. Jungle Whip. In the first race. Here's another Dooney type vehicle. This Terrain Trouncer. A Dooney vehicle. Jungle Mauler, another Dooney vehicle. A little 1930s type of hot rod looking thing. This goes in this category. Nerd Burglar Science Center. Here's the COVID van. Science van. Where's the Nerd Burglars at? Here we go. Science Center. They're all about science. Can't read a fucking map. X-Men. Nerd burglars get that. Nerd burglars get that shit. Yeah, I have a shitload of cars. Some of these are given to me, but not that many. You know. Here's another truck. Put them in the truck category. Yeah, it's like somebody's like, "Hey, you want some cars?" I'm like, I really don't want any more cars. Because the thing is like, if you said, "Hey, you have to build this one next," I'd be like, "Okay," because there's none of these really that I wouldn't build. I mean, they're all cool. You know, they really are. If they're not cool, I wouldn't have them. You know, even this panel van looking thing. What is this vehicle? This is a Pontiac GTO. It's over here in the generics. Panel van, old school Econoline type panel van. Made in Hong Kong. Okay. This is a Ford GTO. Here's another dinner vehicle. Boy, this thing's definitely made out of something. The wheels are definitely different. NASCAR. This thing's out of scale. What is this? A Ford Focus. Yeah, I have a lot of fucking cars. Good thing I'm knocking them out at a decent rate. MBX Tours. What's back here? A chainsaw. A battery. Okay. Oh, it's a Volkswagen. That's a Volkswagen. That's going to go with the Germans. Germans get all Volkswagens. Unless they're Beetles. Here's a Dune Dudes thing. Baja Bandit. This has got a skateboard. Those people are trouble. They go with the Dune Dudes. It just looks like something they would have. Ah, yes, the Brown Fister. This thing. I wonder what team this is for. Where are they at? I don't know. A Matchbox Prius. I'm going to give those to the Dune Dudes. It's going to be hippies and shit like that. Warlike hippies. This is a cool vehicle. Also Dune Dudes. It's gold and it's got a basketball on it. We know what team this is for. Look at this whack thing. You know? Like the freaking clans are back. Speed Dog. It doesn't even look like a dog. Oh, here's another vehicle of brotherly love. This one has speakers in the back. Got 74-inch rims. Oh, another El Camino. Okay, this one is washed black, and so is that one. And they're taken apart, and so is this one. So these guys really should be in the next guys up category. Here's a Dune Dudes. This is kind of a generic something or another. I don't think this is going to be a wreck. I didn't get this one. This is a Marty special. We'll wreck that one. What were you doing? Here's a Prius I started painting in a really slow manner. It's actually for my African project, so we'll keep that there. Range Rover, the Brits get that one. British Armored Car, Brits get that one. Purple Challenger. That alien's one weird, I don't know what you would do with that. Well, we'd put guns on it for sure. They have some wacko weapons. This little roadster type thing. This taxi, we're going to give this to the Mexicans for the time being. I don't know if that's going to stick, but... Here is a Challenger Concept. Okay. Another El Camino. Without a huge engine on it. What is this? A Vega. Okay, that goes there. Another Dune Dudes, Junglezilla. Hey, you. Hey, it's your Junglezilla. Is it a kaiju? This vehicle's beat up. 67 Pontiac. A generic. Funny car, not so funny. A Corvette. A Wonder Woman car. Ryura. Nerd burglars. We'll call that one Wonder Man. Okay, this is a Nerd Burglar mobile. It's going to have the remote control cars. And it's already been brown washed. So we're going to put that in a different category. There's some kind of roadster, dragster looking thing. This is an Alfa Romeo. I guess we got to put that with the Italian ones. That's probably going to get repainted. I've got one like that. This is this peak car. It's in pieces parts. Here's the toilet bowl car. I did not buy this. I don't even know where the driving compartment is. Yeah, I do. It's way the hell back here. And it's got like a razor blade on it. So that's going to have like a ram. Here's the vehicle I never could tell what the hell it was, and it's actually a Disney Pixar of the dinosaur from Toy Story. So it looks like a freaking germ thing. I'm going to leave this here because I found some spare parts. So that's good. This one's going to be, I got this from my Africa project, and I was going to wipe off the primate rescue, and I'm going to call this Skunk Ape and leave the ape part. You know, I'll leave the gorilla on there, Skunk Ape. It's like the Bigfoot of Florida. You know, so it's bullshit, right? Here's the Charger from Fast and Furious. I said stay up here. Okay. Whew. So should I get some more cars tonight? That tells you how many there are. I don't know how they manufacture these for so cheap. Okay, so the brothers are going to grow by 3. Okay, so where's the brothers? They're going to grow by 3. I only have 10 vehicles for them left. Okay, well, that's still a pretty hardy team. Okay. And their tank is going to be the Black Panther. So I'm going to take the Panther's turret and put it on the bottom of something else. They'll have the Black Panther. The Asians are going to have the paper tiger. They're going to have this tiger, and I'm going to make it look like it's made out of paper. Paper tiger. All right, Dune Dudes. Let's see, are they down here? The Sand. Okay, yeah, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more. Okay? Dunes. All right, the nerds. Nerds are 1 nerd. And they get 1, 2, 3, 4 more. These are dedicated nerds. Like, they could get this alien thing, you know. Nerds are always into, like, alien shit. Hey, I don't make this thing up. Okay, we got the generics, free agents, right? We're at 46. Okay, let me move this 3 trucks somewhere else. Should have played a game. Bet on how many I have. 3 trucks. It just kind of fucking happened, you know? I realized early on that if you don't grab what you have, what you like when you see it, it's not available anymore. And then you got to pay a lot of money to get it later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These really fancy ones, These were for my Africa project, so I've had them a long time. I've had them 13 years or maybe even longer than that. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, that Torino's beautiful, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Okay, I'll worry about all the ones that are in progress later. Rednecks. Everywhere redneck. Here's another one. That one's already been pre-painted. Mechs. Get 2 more. Oh, my bad. Chevy Impala. 3 more. I know this one's on the card, whatever. Rednecks. Where are the rednecks at? Rednecks. I don't have any rednecks. I didn't have any cars that are devoted rednecks in them. Yeah. Because I got a lot of them I'm working on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Italians get 2 more. Oh, I never counted what I had in there. Italian. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, plus 2, 16. Germans are going to grow by, at this point, I'm not going to worry about putting them in any more because I have to go find shit. This goes with the construction equipment. Construction equipment's here, or service vehicles. Technically, this is in a service vehicle as well, and probably this one as well, and this one as well. And this is going to go for the Germans. So let's grab the Germans by +1, and we'll just put them here in this category, but not in that box. And we're going to grab British are going to grow by 1 more. I'm sorry, 2 more. I don't know who gets the tank. I guess this is probably free agents. So, I'm just going to call this the other category. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ones I'm working on, call it 1, 2, 3, 4, call it 5 more. That takes care of that. Service vehicles, I'm not going to pull them all out. We got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20, call 25. Service, 25. And trucks and parts, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just counting the rigs. 6, 7. Plus 7, so maybe 10 trucks. Alright, I'm going to put this here. Put that there. How many am I working on here currently? And there's some outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and say 4 of them outside. So just round up 15. All right. So how many vehicles do we have? I have no idea. I'm going to have to use a calculator. But now these things are in a hell of a lot better organized than they were before. These ones that I've started on are probably the next ones I'm going to work on. I want to use up all those loose ends that I have. All the loose ends. Plus, I've got the ones from my childhood. Say another 10 or something like that. Yeah, these guys here. I mean, they've already been clear coated. Yeah. Have you seen the Motorsaurus? I have not. Is it cool? Should I go buy it today? That's a lot of cars, man. You spent a lot of money. Okay. How many beers did you guys drink in the same period? Well, some of you guys probably had none, but it's cheap. It really is. Plus, I've got 1, 2, 3. I got 5 more here, and a train. You know, we're gonna need a calculator. I have no idea. Hey, good news is my car's now. I can now go back to doing it. It's prime plenty. Don't need that, don't need that. Okay. Oh, we need the other one. All right, let's use the calculator. All right. Let's remove that. Okay. 46 plus 42 plus 7 plus 10 plus 16 plus the 3 French plus 18 Germans plus 29 Asians in the package and 17 Asians not in the package. We like those. Plus 10 brothers plus 3 Swedes plus 4 Russians plus 5 nerds plus 10 trucks, plus 11 others, plus 25 service vehicles, plus 15 of my ones from childhood, plus I got 5 there and like 6 in the garage. We'll just call them 10. Equals a lot less than I thought. 281. That's a lot less than I thought. Now, considering September, October, November, December, January, February, March. In 7 months, I've done over 100. That's not that many. As long as I don't get into another hobby, which I don't think I will. So, it sounds like a lot. It is a lot. The question is, if I snap my fingers and they're done, where the fuck am I going to put them? That's a problem. That is a problem. So, I think if that were to happen, I got to get rid of the tanks. I got to move them somewhere else. You know. So. Yeah, how many cars have I done? Let's see how many. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so there's 5 on every one of them. Some have 6. 5, 10, 15. Now it gets complicated. 15, 20, 22, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 51, 52, 53, 5, 6, 57, 58. 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 89, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. 84. Oh, and I got like 4 clown cars, by the way. So yeah, about 300 cars. So 84 done. I guess I don't have 100. I'm not going to count the wrecks. So, okay. Enough of that insanity. Wasn't that bad? Wasn't that bad? I thought it was 400. Well, I guess I just have to buy more. All right, we'll go pee and we'll go paint. We'll go paint this Redneck Riviera up. I've probably spent $250 on it. That's probably fair. Some I've gotten free. Most I've bought for $1. Some I paid more than $1. But a lot of them were free. Like all the service vehicles were like free. I might have bought, a couple, but there's 25 service vehicles. I might have bought 4. So, all right, be right back. And they take a shitload less space than models. Man, models take up a lot of space. A lot of space. But I've not seen that truck. What would you call it? Motorsaurus. Is that one that looks like a Stegosaurus? I've seen that one. I've seen the one that looks like a taco. It's like a taco driving around. Be good tank for the Mexicans. A taco tank. Chalupa, the battle chalupa. Let's see. I considered selling some, but the going rate for them was like, I'm not selling for that. People try to sell them for like $25. Like, I ain't selling nothing for $25. I'll keep it, thank you. I mean, I don't really want to sell any of them, but I'm just like, if you're gonna give me $200 for them, nobody would. But I'm like, yeah, I'll sell them. So I'll stay home, Okay. All right, so we have the motor that's motor colored. This is an interesting quandary. Because this vehicle is basically like a golden color. And the top of it has got kind of like an off-white bone-colored roof. What color do you make all this shit? Well, one thing's for sure, we're going to 10 bits it first. That'll help us decide. Oh. I need the microphone in this direction. There we go. All right. 10 bits. Thought I had more. I'm glad. That means 281's a lot. 200's a lot. But it also made me realize I don't have a CRV for Justin. I thought I had one. Well, it wasn't for him. It's like, I want some audience involvement. I'm like, yeah, I'll make your vehicle. I already know what I'm going to call it. Do you always buy 3D printed weapons? I got to see what in 72nd to have another month. The thing is like, I don't have that many. I looked through my extra weapons. I don't have that many. And I didn't want to like cannibalize tanks. And then I go to build the tanks and I don't have their weapon. So yeah, I think I've only used one 20mm weapon, and that's the 50 caliber. It's on top of the Rusty Razor. That is the 50 caliber that was the pintle mount on an M8 armored car that was a Corgi. It's a big, chunky 50 cal. So I took that one from it. I think that's the only like 1/72nd scale weapon I've used. Because I don't want to cannibalize my 170. First of all, I thought, I got lots of spares. I don't. I really don't. So, the separate weapons cost more than the vehicles. These vehicles are damn near free. You buy 5 vehicles, the most you pay for them is really $6. You get a lot of enjoyment out of that for $6. They're honestly too cheap. Well, that would explain why I have so many. Now, regardless of what color we're going to paint, we're still going to do the next step anyways, which is the darkest of metals. Iron Warriors. Yes, I looked at them. I got lots of spare stuff from Plastic Soldier Company. I don't. I really don't. It's, it surprised me. All right, so we've got this engine here. It's going to have at least this bottom. Obviously, we're going to brighten some other things on this engine. That's going to be on here in that color. Let's get some. Oh, was that glue? Did we have live super glue? We fucking did. All right. This brush is terminated. I should use a separate thing for super glue. Luckily, it wasn't an expensive brush. All right, what else is metal colored? This whole undercarriage. Probably this whole undercarriage. Even though we're going to weather it. A few years ago, we had a game shop that had Bits and Bin, and I got some random stuff from there. Mostly Warhammers, weapons, and greebles. Lots of people use that stuff. I've got some stuff that's supposedly the right scale for this, and they're more suited really for Warhammer. But that's the exception, not really the rule. But I do have some of them that I got from the menu. Oh, really? I'm that close to the wall? What's beating on there? Yeah, let's try it again. Nope. You're the culprit. What is it? Oh, it's not you at all. You motherfucker, you. That's what it was. It was this against this. Bastard. Earthquake time, yeah. I don't want to listen to that. You guys don't want to listen to that. Like my mom had this thing where she'd click her pen. You don't want to listen to that. Yeah, make you want to murder somebody. I went to Walmart of all places 2 days ago, and it had some. Walmart is just like the land of people unhinged. You'll see things there that you won't see anywhere else. So there was a couple with their child. Their child was probably 2 years old, and the child, let's just say they didn't raise him right, because the child literally was going off like an alarm, and the parents are just like that wouldn't happen. I mean, like you tell your kid, shut the fuck up, man, you're embarrassing me, but it's like they just don't care, you know. The child was going off like an alarm. I mean, literally. Like, what the hell, man? If my wife was here, she'd be like, what the hell are you doing in there? I'm making fun of that kid that I talked about, because you already heard about it. You know, there's people that are just like, they're hidden from you until you go to some place like, Walmart, and like, where the hell did these people come from? You know? The bus. Like, you go ride the bus and you see people that are just like, have issues, The kid was going, and it wasn't like, he did it 3 times, right? He did it like 45 times. And the parent, I mean, like, the fuck's wrong with you, man? They're on that marijuana, they don't care. I don't know. That's it. You should be embarrassed by that, Yeah, see, as you add more colors that are similar to when you have a bunch of different colors, you start adding colors that are similar to the ones you have on here, it kind of ties everything together a little bit better. That's the problem with Walmart, is it's like a freak show, Or people like, they have a conversation on the phone in public with a speaker on. Like, well, you want to be famous? You want everybody to get all up in your shit? Like, I wouldn't do that. I don't even like stopping somewhere, like in a parking lot, if I'm waiting for somebody and I'm listening to the phone, a phone call on speaker. Because you can hear it outside. I don't want people hearing my shit. And I don't have like national secrets or anything like that. It's just like, have some modesty, Nah, I'm gonna swing my big dick around and everybody's gonna see it. Like, dude, man, like have some modesty. Yeah. What'd you do on Saturday? I listened to Tony talking about swinging his big dick around. That's the Big Dick Show on Saturday. I predict this thing's going to be freaking awesome. You must assert dominance and shout that Dale part of the banana boat right in the ear canal. Dale! Yeah, going off like a... I mean, I can be loud. I can be like, I can be louder than that kid, if you want to brag, People walk around talking on a speaker, drive me nuts. My aunt does that, and I have to tell her to stop. It's projection big. It's like, yeah, what are you, a savage? Have some modesty. Your aunt, is that the aunt that's not well? The ignoramus ant from Atlanta. Yeah, lots of people do that. Lots of Latin people do that too. You know, I'm like, I guess I'm not Latin. Erase that box. It could just be like the human version of a mockingbird. For those of you that don't live in a place where mockingbirds are annoying as shit because they're loud and they repeat four sounds. And they're like basically, what's the thing where you have multiple personalities? They're schizophrenic, right? So they'll be like, I mean, it's like, chill the fuck out, man. Yeah, human mockingbird. Yeah, I don't really like drawing attention to myself. You know, it's like, I don't like people being nosy and getting in my shit. And I don't have really any exciting. It's not like I have all this exciting stuff that I don't want people to see. And it's already looking better. Now the question becomes, what freaking color are we going to paint this thing? So I think at this point, and this may actually look the most Gaslandy car I have, because it definitely looks the part. Tourette's. Yeah, but like just belt-fed Tourette's. Belt-fed Tourette's. All right, I think we're going to do black lining at this point, make some of these details pop. Okay. That'll help us decide what we're going to do on this. It's probably going to be bronze color. I'm probably going to do it bronze. That probably look pretty good. I don't want to do gold because then we'd have to lower it. But I think a bronze color would be okay. It's not too, wild or anything like that. Let's get the what do we call this thing? The dark tone. Belt-fed Tourette's. Yeah, I haven't played online games with people on the Xbox in a long time. But when I did, and this was probably 15 years ago, there was some kid who wasn't cussing up a storm, right? But he was just like, he was doing verbal masturbation. He was just saying shit just to keep his mind busy, right? So he'd go around saying, my mittens, I gotta find my mittens, and he said that like 47 times in a row. It's like, okay, that's gotta stop. That has to stop. That's literally all he said. My mittens, I gotta find my mittens. I don't know, is that part of some anime or something like that? What's that stuff you're not supposed to have as a kid? Red number 5, red dye 5 or something? I don't know, he was ODing on that shit. Tourette's. That's got to be named after somebody, right? Like the very first person that had Tourette's, that was his last name. Sounds like you ran into an old friend I had named Bernhard Freitag. If that was a joke, it went over my head. Sorry, I'm spent doing all those cock-a-doodle-doo noises, you know. Wer ist mein Bernhard Freitag? Yeah, that just happened the other day. But I didn't run into a nice older lady with her grandchild at the Hot Wheels. I talked to her for a while. She's nice. You know, some people, you're nice to them at Walmart, they don't know what to do. They don't have it. Most people are like grumpy, don't want to be seen. It's like, you know, they're like going to dirty movies or something like that, you know. I don't like the store, but it's like, man, you got to save money somewhere, you know. I don't go to the grocery store anymore. Like our non-competition grocery store, it's just too expensive. It's too expensive. So I could, we just choose not to, you know. So and besides, Walmart has a better selection of Hot Wheels. Truck, what was that thing called? You said Truck-a-who? Truckosaurus? Motorsaurus. Motorsaurus Hot Wheels. Okay. Let's see if we've seen it. Motorsaurus Hot Wheels. Oh, that's usable. Yeah, the dinosaur ones that's usable. I mean, you got to get kind of, you know. Yeah, it's my daughter's favorite dinosaur is a Steggy. $30? You can buy that shit for $30. Look at that gimp mouth T-Rex. Doesn't look very savage. Looks like it'd gum you to death. You know. Oh, here's a fruity Steggy. Yeah, I think it could work. The problem is like, where do you drive it from? You know? Because they've got like that Oscar Mayer. They got that Weenie Mobile. Oscar Mayer. The Wiener Mobile, okay? This thing's actually been around for a while. Where do you freaking drive that thing from? I guess in here? Up at the front or something? It's a little too, you know, it's a little too silly. What's this Wasteland Driver Miniatures? And they say, oh, $539 plus. Oh, that's a good price. Yeah, each. Like, no. No, I don't want to, you know, not seeing them. I'm like, plus shipping. Nah. Yeah, too big a risk. Don't need them bad enough. I'm pickier about the pit figures I'm going to paint than the vehicles. Almost all the vehicles. I got some wacky vehicles. They'll all work. They will all work. The biggest problem with this thing is the missiles. The rockets are like, how do you paint them so they're not like bland and they're not like too outlandish? I've done two of them before, and it's always a struggle. I don't want to I'll paint them red or make the tips red. Well, they can't all have red tips. And you're also introducing red into this. There's nothing else that's red. So I don't want it to look too, too all over the place. So, paint what you know. You're not sure about something, so paint something else. So, there's still got trim around here that needs to be painted. And eventually you'll either run out of other things to paint, or you've painted enough other things that it helps you make a decision. You got your base of Hollies glued down and this Vallejo ground texture down. First time using Vallejo medium. Yeah, I don't know why you guys have so much trouble with autocorrect. I have my autocorrect turned off. So I make my own mistakes. The mistakes I make typing are all my own. And I fat finger things all the time, unfortunately. But okay, I think we're going to have to paint this cow skull. Let's see, what does a cow skull look like? Cattle skull. Okay. Something like that. All right. I gotta get some more tea. I gotta get. What the hell am I trying to say? Got too much that red 5 in it or something. I gotta get. Well, I thought I had a CRV. I guess I don't. Well, I allow myself myself permission to find one of those. If I find one of them, I allow myself permission to buy one. I don't care if it's not white or not. I can repaint it. I already got that thing named. I gotta get one now. I thought I had one, but I get a RAV4 and a CRV mixed up. I mean, Toyota and Honda are kind of similar anyways. I don't have autocorrect on anything because nothing's more annoying to me than arguing with a machine. Let's get black. I'm okay with black. You know how, about 12 years ago or 10 years ago, you know how many times I had to spell lens connect? The hell? That was a lot. Those are the guys that wore the metal codpiece. Well, everybody wore it, but yeah, they basically didn't wear any armor. So they were like Germans that were they took their clothing inspiration from the Swiss. The Swiss were the badasses of their day, and they basically didn't, as a general rule, didn't wear any armor. Some of them had breastplates and stuff like that. They might have like a codpiece or something, but they're awful frilly, you know. You know, they're dressed in like clowns or harlequins or whatever, but then they've got big ass beards, you know. They're like German imperial armies and some early Spanish armies when they fought in Europe and things like that in the 1500s. They fought in all places. They fought in the French Wars of Religion on both sides, and they had the big poofy pants, and their styles changed a little bit throughout the years, but generally like stripes and things like that. I guess a long time ago, being all frilly was like a sign of being a badass. I was reading somewhere one of the Middle Eastern armies I was building for, I forget which one it was. It might have been the Rajputs or something like that, way back when. But like pink was like a badass color. It wasn't like, oh, that guy's wearing pink, he's a sissy. No, not in in medieval times. It was like something you were proud of wearing. And you were badass. So in like, Persia in the Middle Ages. Well, you think wearing a codpiece, that seems stupid. Well, what's dumber than that is not wearing any pants. It's going into battle with just a helmet and a cloak. That's a bit Spartan for me. Man, I don't miss playing DBA. I really don't. Hell, I don't miss playing. The Naked Greeks, yeah. Taking it like a Greek. Yeah, it's like, who's going to go into battle not wearing any pants? I mean, I'd be like, how do you practice that? All right, well, you got to work your way up to it. Well, what do you mean? Well, first of all, you got to walk around naked at the house. All right, then once you got that down, you got to walk out naked, like taking the trash out. Like, no. You know? I bet there's some people that paint stuff naked. Not here. Just saying. Those, who is it, the early Libyans that have those cock socks? Like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Probably somebody does paint naked. Yeah, no. No. Have to adjust all the time. The naked painter. The naked paintress. Is that correct? Plural. If you're a painting and you're female, if you're a painter and you're female, you're a paint. Are you a paintress? See, I had no idea I had that many cars. I got a lot of cars. I got a lot of cars. Naked Painter sounds like a good hobby shop name. Only if it's edible paint. Oh, man. There's this guy that I used to work with that He went and he went and they flew. I'm trying to think which guy it is now that I'm thinking about it. Anyways, he had to go transport something from. They flew him out to one of the other plants to drive a piece of equipment down to ours. And they found in his receipts he had gone somewhere and he had gotten like he left like a receipt in one of the cabs, and one of the drivers gave him hell because it was a receipt for edible panties. So the big joke for many years was like, yeah, that guy gets hungry, he's just gonna go pull in one of those places and get those edible panties. God, it was a long time. It was probably 20 years ago. I just want to be in charge of the person who gets to name the flavors. That could be fun. That could be a lot of fun. All right, let's get some white out here. Man, I can't believe I don't have a CRV. Well, if I can't find one, I guess we'll just do a RAV4. I mean, I know it's not the same thing, but. What vehicle do you have, Hoffman? You're the one that had the story of the fucked up Focus, right? You had like a family member that had like a Focus that was a piece of shit or something like that. Oh, you work from home. You don't need a car. Hey, I wish I didn't need a car. One less payment. Fucking expensive. Yeah, lots of different levels to this cow skull. Horns will be different, just so they stand out. Probably more brown. You don't drive, but you had a Focus. You called it Fuckus. You had a Nissan Altima 2018 the last time I had a car. Okay. I wanted one of those when they first came out, which would have been, I don't know, 96, something like that. Something like that. I didn't get one. The ones that came out in, I want to say about 2012 or 2013, they had a coupe, which looks pretty decent. And they even had one that had a six-cylinder in it. Two-door. I like two-door cars. They look better. They look faster. And if they would have made that in stick shift, that would have been a cool car. Well, you're saving yourself a lot of money not driving. You know, at least the car payment, you at least get something out of it. But the insurance payment, you don't get shit out of that. All right, that looks decent. We might have to do more tinkering on it. All right, the horns. Blessed be the horns. What? Just sound like something that would go with it. Where is that SS Camo Black? My first car was a Nissan. My second car was... The first car I borrowed was a Nissan. The first car I bought was a Nissan, in order. The second car the second car I bought was a Nissan. Then my wife got a Nissan. She got a Murano. Always had air conditioning issues with Nissans. Solid cars, but always had air conditioning issues with them. And just the labor just eat you alive. I don't remember the exterior. If the AC went out, they had to pull the whole engine to get. I mean, it's just like, labor would just, you get raped by labor. I bought that in 2018 or 2019 for $13K, and then sold it during COVID for $21K. Yeah, the price of cars went crazy. We gave our lease back, and we asked somebody actually bought our leases that we put no money down and gave us money for them. It was crazy. But then all of a sudden, to keep the same type of payment on the next one, we had to put money down that you don't get ahead unless you do like what you did. You just sell a bunch of shit and I don't really need this stuff, so let me make money for it. Okay, this looks a little purplish. I don't know about this. I don't know about this Sarge. ¿Qué hora es? 3. Café. Yeah, I don't know that I personally could not have a car. I mean, if I lived in some place like Europe, where not everybody has cars, I probably could. I don't think I could not have a car. If I lived in New York, not everybody has. But if live here and not have cars, I couldn't do it. I spent too many years without a car with other people having one, and it's like I'm embittered by it. So I'm like, I'm gonna be like 105 fucking years old if I live that way, driving around like fucking Cruella. You know, I'm like, you know, I mean, I didn't have a car. I mean, I didn't have a car all through high school, or I didn't have my own car until I didn't have a car I could use on a daily basis until I was 24. So that's 8 years of penance. That yeah, no, nope, not gonna do it, not gonna do it. You know, so these people are like, oh, everybody's gotta drive like an electric vehicle. And like, fuck you, I'm driving whatever the hell I want. You always had you. I was always the friend that had a car. Yeah, I never did. I never did. I was the first person that moved out. Of all the people that I knew, I was the first one out of my house. My parents were way too restrictive. I wasn't even crazy. I didn't do crazy stuff, but it was like, you got to be home at 11. Why? Well, because this other student, this other guy did something wrong. And this other guy that we know that was a straight A student, like, you know, drunk drove and went on a date and killed everybody in the car. I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that stuff. I said, well, he got better grades than you. So I'm like, I'm tired of paying for other people's fucking sins. I'm like, look, I never did fucking drugs or none of that. I never did stupid shit while I was drinking, you know. I never did crazy shit in the car. Yeah, I don't drive crazy. I mean, I get up to the speed limit quick. You know, not in the school zone or anything like that, but you know. I'm not a fucking crazy person, you know. San Antonio sucks to drive into. Everyone used to be so patient and calm. Now it's like the old city took Gaslands as guiding charter. Yeah, nobody. I think the internet just has made the world worse. Because you could be like the worst human being in the world, and you could find somebody on the internet that'll take your side. Right? It's like, let's say you're like a really bad person like that that has a thing for kids. All right? You could find other people that could give you ideas, and you could like support you. I mean, hopefully there's not very many people who find that way, but no matter what outlandish shit you come up with, you could interact with other people that give you a sense of belonging, and that's just fucked up. You know, it's just and it was like there's always been people that were like bad for society in society, right? But the fact that you couldn't find other people that were bad for society easily meant that you basically had to like hide in the shadows and like not be emboldened to be nefarious. And now it's like everybody has a license to be however the hell they want. You know? Cutting in line in front of somebody in a car. Look, ask for somebody to let you in. Don't assume they're going to. And when they do, fucking wave thanks or give them a thumbs up or, you know, realize that thanks for being there for me and being a decent human. And then pass it on, you know. But just be like, you're going to let me in. Why? You put yourself in their shoes, you know. The internet is great for so many things. It's horrible for others. You know, these keyboard commandos that get on there. I'm like, in the 80s, who would have eaten you alive? You'd have gotten your ass kicked at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the parking lot at school. You would have had an atomic wedgie. You would have had your ass beat. And I'm not saying that you need to bully people. I'm just saying that there was consequences. You know? And there were still bad people back then. Okay? It wasn't like, oh, all the bad people came out. No. But it was like, they weren't emboldened. It's weird. I don't get it. And I like the internet, but man, I just assume people are going to be honest. And boy, am I mistaken. like I was talking to somebody about that dating thing. Not that I'm have any plans on doing any kind of dating anytime soon. I haven't dated in decades. Thank goodness. There's some. I wouldn't do well in the current society. But anyhow, that whole thing where you can do online dating. You could just basically be honest, right, about who you are. So you can find somebody. It's like I'm an adult. I like to play with toy cars. Whatever it is that you're into, you can just lay it all out there, and then you don't have to be embarrassed about somebody finding out about something that you're into later on. But oh no, apparently people make up stuff to make them seem like superheroes. What's the fucking point in that? What's the point? I don't get it. I don't no comprende, No comprende. I think we need to do a little bit more. What do you call it? Sun bleached, but not everywhere. And there's just a lot of people that just live their life trying to see what they can get away with. It's like all of a sudden, like everybody that had a dad after I had my dad, it was like all of a sudden everybody has a dad that's just like not there or not a good role model or I don't know what it is. I mean, some dishonorable shit. I think that looks pretty good. And we're not done tinkering with it, but I think that looks pretty good. Now, I got to make a decision on what color to do to paint it. So the one problem that we have is here there's this silver trim. And because there's this silver trim, if I paint this similar to this, I think we're going to have a problem with it. I don't think I'm going to like how it turns out. I could be wrong. No, I think I'm not going to like how it turns out. So I think what I'm going to do... What metallic colors do I have? We have Timbits. There's already got that stuff in there. I don't want gold. What color is this? Brass. Rhymes with, you got it. You're a reasonably wealthy man, okay, that has not taken care of myself. I lie about my age to attract younger women. They think I'm pushing 80 and that they'll be in line to inherit money. You're talking like just in generically? Aren't you like married or something like that? Aren't you like somebody that's got your act together? You're a reasonably wealthy man, not taking care of yourself, okay? You lie about your age to attract younger women. They think I'm pushing 80 and then they'll be in line. Oh, okay. I don't know. I see those videos that get suggested to me and it's like, I don't like it. I don't like stupid people. I don't care if they're, I just don't think people are attractive if they're dumb. I like smart girls, It's hot. I mean, they don't need to be like a total nerd, but I mean, I'm just, intelligence is cool. I don't want them being so smart where they think they can argue with me about directions. But, this is the internet truth. But smart girls are hot. And when I say hot, I don't mean anything inappropriate. It's just like, that's just a word I use all the time. Like, she's hot doesn't mean I want to get in her pants. And she's attractive. Like, that's derogatory when you call them chicks. No, I don't. I'm not disrespectful to women. If I had grown up being disrespectful to women, I probably would have gotten laid more often than I did. I'm just not, I didn't have a dad that was a player or anything like that, so I didn't, it's not a regret, it's just a, kind of a fact, so. All right, let's see how this color goes. Let's see how this, what do they call this thing? They've got all these colors labeled all wrong. Brass. All right, we're going to go light on it. Mrs. won't let me have any. I don't know. I think that's genetic or it comes from your dad. I mean, I've never had a conversation with anybody in my family that was a parent about how I needed to be loyal or this. It just makes sense not to. If you're cheating around on your spouse, it makes both of you look bad. Man, and you're a team. And like, say you don't want to be with your wife anymore. Okay, well then you get a divorce, right? It's not. But man, why are you gonna cheat around on your team? Like I couldn't. I would never be able to have like multiple girlfriends. Yeah, it's not in me. It's not in my personality. It's just not in me. Let's go light on this. I think splitting the difference between silver and whatever this is going to work. Because this is already looking better. Like, this looks better than this side. So. Okay. I can barely handle the one I got. What would you want more than one? You know? I think that looks pretty good. I think that looks pretty good. But we'll just bring everything else more, and then at the end, if you're like, it still isn't jiving, then you can mess with it. The big problem is the missiles. The missiles are always the big problem for me. I've done 3 of them. I've done the ones on the flaming tosser. Yes, that's the name of the vehicle. He throws a lot of Molotov cocktails. What do you think he's named after? And then the other one is, who else has those missiles? I want to say there's a Mexican vehicle that has them. I wish I had more of this one, but this missile system is from the guys who did Auto Duel. They make their own weapons. This missile's awesome. It looks like a Sagger. That's what it reminds me of. That's just a really cool style missile. Kind of chunky mounting, but that one's really cool. Where's the other missile system? Oh, the one that's on this Ford, what's this? Ranchero. It's a Ford Ranchero, right? Yeah. These look pretty cool. You know, like, why would you repaint this? This is a beautiful striping scheme. All I did was make it look dirty and worn. It's gorgeous. It's probably one of the. I mean, well, there's a lot of these that have really nice striping. Like, why would I ruin that? Where's the other one that has a missile? That one is what color missile? Those are gray with red fronts, and the other one is. I swear I have another one. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I misremembered it. Nope. No. No. The Dirty Cooter has. The Dirty Cooter has missiles on it. Yeah, these are more subtle. Yeah, it just has the same missile system. I might do a similar paint scheme as the Dirty Cooter. That truck with the missile looks like those trucks at the Battle of Mosul. Yeah. Oh, the which one? The Ranchero? Dirty Cooter. It's one of the two things. There's two things I've been disappointed in the last 20 years that I painted. This is one of them, and the other one is Marty's shop. And I'm disappointed because this didn't turn out how I wanted it to. My failure was I wanted to work in the. It had pink splash on it, like Blue Man Group or something. And I'm like, all right, well, that could be like a redneck chick, right? And it just didn't. It didn't work. And then one of the guys I know said, hey, that rust on there looks good. I said, well, it's not supposed to be rust, it's supposed to be mud, but hence the name Dirty. But it's all right. It just didn't turn out how I envisioned it. You know. But that's okay. It's not like we're going to repaint it or anything. There's things about it I like. I mean, it's got a lot of fucking lights on it. I mean, you can light up the freaking night. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8. It's got 8 lights. Like, turn them on, boom, you know. Look at some munition sites for inspiration, especially anti-tank rounds. Model rocket site might work. All right. Let's do that. Estes? Because I want it to be bright, but I don't want it to be too bright. Like, you don't want the colors to, like, clash. Right? Like, you don't want to do, like, pink and shit like that. Well, what's the name of it? Redneck Riviera. Right? So, what are the redneck colors on the flag? Red and dark blue? Yeah, I don't really want a dark blue missile. I don't want a red missile with a dark blue point. That'd be even worse. So, let's go to Estes. Estes rockets. And yep, let's go to the rocket kits. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so fins and nose cone in the same color. $45 fucking dollars. What? Get out of this city. White, red, white, no. Black nose cone with a yellow rocket. That might be all right. That might be all right. Let's do a instead of going to their website, let's go to images. Not all red. Not orange. Not Packers colors. wife is here. Hurry, hide everything. This is interesting. It has a white nose cone. I don't think I want the nose cone white or off-white because the roof is already white or that, and it's going to get lost. I think a black nose cone's probably okay. Maybe a black nose cone with yellow body and black fins. I think that would probably work. Of course, yellow is a pain in the ass to paint. It just takes more steps than anything. I think that would be okay. The yellow isn't totally out of line with the colors of the car. I think that probably would work. I think that would probably work. And give me a chance to use the yellow. We need that black. Wife is here. Uh-oh. She's no trouble. Black is standard for any tank, is it? You gotta let all this dry. I'm thinking you're out for the day. I'll catch you tomorrow or later. Okay. All right, man. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be right back. Olive green with yellow is high explosive. So this is high explosive. Yeah, I think all of it yellow with a red tip, with the black tips and the black fins is probably good. Probably good. But before I do that, we're going to paint the frame of this metal. The frame of the mounting metal. So let's get this little guy here. Yeah, I don't really plan how I'm gonna do things. I just kind of do them. Paint what you know. Like, okay, I know we want this and this color, so paint that. And then, the other things, if you're unsure about, you figure them out as you go and remove choices that you have. Try not to overshoot your coverage, which is why I didn't try to do with this, but it just didn't work out. It just didn't work out. But I have another one of those trucks anyways. And as I said, it doesn't necessarily look bad. It's not done poorly. It's just not what I envisioned how it turned out. So I thought I was going to get A and I got Q. So and I spent a lot of time on it. But luckily, it's a pretty rare event. It happens so unoften, I don't know how to deal with it. Okay, so that's going to be, and obviously it's going to have, rusting and drippings and things like that. All right, let's get, this is probably good. Either glue somewhere, glue's over here. Actually, I'm going to put that there. That way we're pointing at the glue. Put that away, let's get this brown. This brown covers pretty well. It's leather brown. And everything that's going to be yellow is going to be painted this. All right, so there's a band here, but it's not the tip. So this all that is going to be yellow. It's scary how close it is to this. And I'll start deviating from that, but so the missiles have ammo of 3, but there's only 2 missiles here. Ah, the magic of Gaslandia. The mystery of the world of Gaslandia. And then we'll start layering on, adding yellow onto this color and layering it up. I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap there. We have a strong line. This band will be in a different color. I don't know what it will be. Probably gray, red, white, something like that. Introduce a color, not introduce a new color, but just use a color that's already there. Now, is there a step up in this? There is, but I think I still want it to be yellow. Still want this to be yellow. Switch back to this one. Take this yellow, and mix about 50-50. Or whatever seems about right. Like this seems right for the next layer. This yellow covers a hell of a lot better than the Army Painter one does. And I love the war paints from Army Painter, but you know, their colors just don't cover as well. They got more carrier. And somebody was bad mouthing Vallejo, and they were like, you know, I mean, they don't. There's other paints that are better. I'm just like, but they're not trash. Like, you know, everything about Vallejo's no good. I'm like, man, maybe you got a bad batch of paint or something. But like the hand paint, I know paint is great to hand paint with. You know, people rave about the third generation acrylics from AK. I'm like, okay, well, show me a store that carries them. You know, where you can go walk up to and get them. They don't. Not around here. I have some from the desert set for North Africa for the British. And yeah, they cover great. They're thick. I don't mean that as a complaint. I mean, they cover really, they cover well, but I'm not going to mail order paint. That's a big waste of money. No, too big a step. Too big a step between the two. Red, yellow is the color you do for sure. I introduced another color without it being like really out of place. actually find that yellow covers better than orange. But I guess it probably depends on which orange and which yellow. This is a pretty damn good yellow. This is a pretty damn good yellow. That looks pretty good. Now, how's the white over here? Is it still holding out okay, or we need a new batch of white? It's still all right. Okay. And do we have any black left? No. No, it needs to be. We're going to paint this band. I think I'm gonna make the. We need something in between. We need something that's a little bit finer than that, but not like ridiculous. And where's the black at? can't believe I didn't have a CRV. Wow. Would have lost that bet. It'd have to be Matchbox. I don't think Hot Wheels would make one. Unless it was like super tricked out or something like that. Just add a little bit more white to it. Oh, I meant to ask you, Derek. You know Mike DeManna? He used to come to Historicon. He went to Siege of Augusta one time. The one time I went to Siege of Augusta, he was there. Mike DeManna. DeMana. He's a gamer guy, and he's an ex-DVA guy out in Ohio. I don't remember where. I could just tell you Columbus, and it's not Columbus. It's Dayton, or I don't know. He used to be a big DVA. DVA guy. He's a little older than me. He's maybe 5 years older than me, something like that. Yeah, you know him? Yeah, nice guy. I met him and Jason. He's buddies with Jason Morosevich, which I guess used to live in Ohio. Now lives in the Carolinas somewhere, maybe South Carolina or something like that. I met him at Siege of Augusta. The one time that I went, it just wasn't a good value. It's like 5 hours, and there's like not a lot of games there. Impossible to get there. Not a good road net to get from here to there. It's a bad road net. Okay, that didn't look too bad. That didn't look too bad. Okay, I think next step is going to be, let's get some dirt on this bitch. You want to buy this new truck? Yeah, let's get some dirt on this bitch. Chocolate brown? Oh, this one's like, it's getting empty when it's getting top heavy. All right. I have a hard time throwing them away. I was like, man, there's a little bit more I can get out of it. I'm just gonna put it off till later. Which one of these is Iraqi sand? No, that's buff. Iraqi sand is this one? Yes. Nope, this is dark sand. Another kissing cousin. Here's Iraqi sand. Dark sand is a little bit more buttery in color. I would have run into him at the Buckeye Game Fest if not for your knee surgery. Yeah, that whole area just gave up playing DVA. I don't know why. I mean, I guess, most gamers are nomadic, though. They'll do something for a while and then be like, I don't have anything to do with this. That enough? Yeah, I think so. All right, let's get a sloppy brush here. Well, I don't care if I abuse a little too much. All right, I'm going to, for ease, I'm going to go ahead and paint on here. So we're going to get this underneath. And I don't like using those weathering powders. This is an excuse to get you to buy more shit. Like, I don't need that. You know, they look okay, but like I've said before, I have my own style. I don't like the recesses of something to be a lighter color than the outside. It like screws with my reality. I don't like that. So like I don't want a lighter color in there, which so I'm painting the wheels backwards. Like the lighter color should be on the wheels, should not be in the recess. That's where there's dirt still stuck in there. But I don't paint it that way because it looks at first glance wrong, and I have trouble getting around that. So the recesses of everything I do are always darker than the parts that are not recesses. And stylistic choice. Your knee has remarkably improved over the last few days. You're welcome. Nah, I'm not going to take credit for that, but hopefully you're entertained to be, at least listening to this instead of, causing trouble for yourself. You're talking to a surgeon on Sunday? Really? Or you mean Monday? And remember, this is only the first color. Let's see, when this thing was swirling around in this shit. Well, next time you see Mike, tell him I said hey. You're a gaming nomad. Flames of War, Bolt Action, Blood Red Skies. You're currently involved in Gaslands and Dragon Rampant. I played Lion Rampant. I think the Rampant series is... I've never played the fantasy one, but I like the Rampant series. I just can't do the other stuff because I'm religious about World War II, and none of those things really cut it. Monday, every day. You've been off. It's Sunday. it's the pain pills. I took those pain pills one time for an accident I was in that was... It's funny because it messed up my knees. Not really, but superficially. I got these 2 blisters that looked like... They were scary looking. But I could walk or everything. It was just... I got these pain pills that would confuse you. Like, I didn't feel bad, but you'd be like, yeah, 7 plus 5. Yeah, it's 14, right? Like, you'd remember it was like an even number, but it would just like confuse you. Not like dreadfully so, but yeah, I can't drive on that kind of stuff. I mean, you need to have good judgment. Not saying that you're driving. I'm just saying that's I'm only experienced with something like that. Confusion pills. He's overseas in DBA country, currently seeing the sights. Oh, you're surgeon? Yeah, DBA country. Britain. There's a lot of people that don't play. There's a fair amount of people that play DBA, but it's all over the world. You know, I mean, last time I went to Storicon, we ran, you know, we promoted the shit out of it. And like nobody showed up. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm done putting my life on hold for people not to show up. So it's time to move on. I don't regret moving on. I don't regret having played DBA. It's a fun game. I enjoyed almost every game. I played against hundreds of people. Only two I would not want to ever play against. And I don't think other people enjoyed playing against them either. Oh, Mike's over there. Yeah, he travels a lot. I think he's still got those. He used to work for that airline. And he's still got those. Got those points. I know the other guy that travels a lot is a guy out in Seattle. He's a runner, so he'll post things like, you know, he'll travel for the day to like Portsmouth, Virginia, and then like run around, have a beer, have lunch, and then fly back. I'm like, I can't do that. I mean, just psychologically disturbing. You get one of them self-driving cars. Are those really a thing? Or it's like they'll do that in an emergency, in a pinch. I don't know. I have trust issues. And I enjoy driving. So no. And lately everybody's terrible at driving. Like they're distracting, multitasking, doing all kinds of things they shouldn't be doing. I gotta keep an eye on them. Not something I'm looking forward to be automated. Like, how about do my job? Automate that. Automate this. Yes, but you still have to be attentive. Yeah, I got trust issues. Following distance, man. I absolutely hate riding with people that are climbing up the other person's ass. I don't care about speed. The speeding ticket's on you. You know. I mean, I don't speed. I'm not going to buy them donuts. You know. That doesn't mean, you know, I don't go 5 over, but I'm just saying I don't do crazy shit. That's what you got video games for. You can behave like a lunatic on a video game. Yeah, I'd never be able to unclench. You know, the only reason that would work is like if you were like trashed, right? So it's like you got to go somewhere and you can't drive, so you let the car do its own driving because it's going to do a better job than you will. And then if you get in a crash, well, you're drunk, so you flop all over the place. You know, it's usually people that are drunk that get in accidents. They're the last ones to die because they're just like like a noodle. Although you probably get a DUI for that, I would imagine. It's a self-driving car. Well, you need to be sober. I bet that's the caveat. All right, now we got the weathering on it, on that. Do some of this lighter tones up here. There's an edge here. got the little redneck flag somewhere. Where is it? Should be easy to find. Doesn't mean I'm finding it easily, but it should be easy to find. If it's not here, it's going to be in the bag of tricks. I don't think it's anywhere else. It's probably in that multi-bag of things. Yeah, I see you liked this guy's bits. I think he does really good work. There's a couple things that I got that you could tell that were like an old model of it. And was, you know, printed with the FDM. I don't really like his figures. They're not really his figures. He prints them. He does a great job printing them. It's just not his. I just don't like them. They're a little too like cartoony, chiseled. I'm not a fan. So I haven't really found, other than those Implements of Carnage figures that I really liked. I like the ones from Stan Johansson, but you know, he passed away last year, so those won't be coming out anymore. Local radio personality was complaining that he got busted doing 11 over the speed limit when motorcyclists ride even motorcyclists are lunatics. They really are. You'd think anybody wouldn't be taking any chances like those guys. They don't get a second chance. We have a cop epidemic in the town that I live in. There's just way too many. There's the local ones, which you expect there's nothing to happen here. They're doing it for revenue, but the county comes over there and they ambush people too. And same thing with the highway patrol, the Florida Highway Patrol in this town. Like, dude, like, stop being a lazy fucker. Like, go out there and I think I found it. I did. I don't know that I'm going to put it on here, but at least I'll entertain the idea of it. Where would it go? It could go here. Yeah, let's at least entertain it. Let's at least entertain it. We got to paint it all black, and we're going to put the little, you know, reverse redneck type thing color. We're not putting the Confederate flag on. Doesn't bother me any. Just, you know, I'm not proud of it either. It's not my people. It's not my problem. My people have always worn shoes. I think this is a good place for it here, like tucked away. Well, I'm going to go ahead and what's going to glue it immediately? I guess it'd be this. Let's do this. Let's put this back on the spot here. Whoa. I've been sitting on this thing for a while. Just for the perfect vehicle for it. I think this is the perfect vehicle for it. No. Let's not glue it yet. Let's think about this, because it's going to be easier to paint the X here. I don't know that I'm going to be able to finish this today. I gotta get some groceries. I made the mistake of not doing that last weekend and had to do it in the middle of the week, and it was a nightmare. Do not want to go in my work get up after work, fight all that traffic. Not a good time. Not a fan. Not a fan of that. Let's see, I bet I could do this and therefore get around this thing. Yeah, I think that's going to work well. Just got to wait for it to dry. All right, you got valve covers. And we got these little toot horns, whatever the hell they are. It's a musical instrument. It's not really an engine. Well, while that's doing its thing, let's go ahead and get some drippings on here. Mid-brown, soft tone, light tone. Don't forget your cheese whiz. Oh, the grocery store? Is that a Midwestern thing? You guys consider yourself Midwestern, right? Which is kind of strange because you guys are like basically East. Midwestern for me would be like Missouri or Illinois. Mitch is a Midwesterner. Now you shouldn't be a Midwesterner if you're on Eastern Standard Time. Man, I haven't had cheese whiz since probably 1982. Midwestern Great Lakes. Do you still claim if you're Great Lakes if you're from Cincinnati? Probably not, right? They're way down there. A little bit of agua. Okay, and yeah, every time I turn around, old Creepy Hero has a new set of Rams that I don't have. I'm like, man, I guess he's doing okay. Good for him. I like his stuff. I've had really good luck with several 3D printers I've done business with. I've done business with, I think, 4, maybe 5. And they all do good work. They're, Creepy Hero is brittle. Brittle like. Other ones are softer or, everything's different, Somebody that I knew, I forgot who it was, posted about, made a post about a 3D printer, and I'm like, all right. And I do this every time. Okay, how much does that go for? Let's say I wanted to get into it. And I'm like, $400. I'm like, that seems like a good price, but that $400 printer is going to cause me $1,200 worth of stress. And I'm like, I don't need that in my life. This hobby is for me 100% good vibes. That's what I get out of it. It's all 100% good vibes. Everything that happens here, it's all good. And the last thing I need is get excited about printing something that takes maybe all day. Start up in the morning, go to work, excited about what's going to get printed when I get back. And there was a problem at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And everything went sideways. So now I get home and I'm disappointed. Hell, I get paid for disappointment. I don't need, I don't need more of it. I don't need more disappointment. So I'm like, you know what? I can afford to buy anything 3D printed I need that I can paint. I paint slow enough that, you know, only reason to have so many cars is they're cheap and they were available. If the cars were not cheap, I wouldn't have that. So it's a complete reflection of their cost. One close to Ohio River. Appalachian, that's something that frequently gets made fun of. Although we don't have very many Appalachian people here, but not saying it's right or not. I'm just saying that I'm leaving the lights the way they are. That's how they came. Uh-oh. We got a little wasasa. They came in from outside. Wakahu no wasasa. And I think I'm going to do a turntable kind of review of all the cars when I get enough of them for like a team, with appropriate music. Yeah, I guess I'll have to use country music. I am not a country music fan. Not my thing. I ended up watching another episode of that. What's that one that's the video game? It's based on a video game. Twisted Metal. Man, that show started pretty strong, and then it just like every episode is worse than the other one. I know it's been out for a couple of years, but I'm just freaking watching it now. See if I could get some inspirational for it. Some of the vehicles. Some of the vehicles pretty cool looking. Your hometown was saluted on Hee Haw. During Jimmy Carter's presidency, Appalachians were considered a minority. Wow. This thing's looking pretty friggin' sweet. Now, I think the color is, I think it was a good idea that you gave me to go on that looking at rockets. We'll have to remember that. We'll just have to. Now, these little things that are in the middle, I believe that they're basically chrome. These exhaust things that like the little trumpets. I think they're basically chrome, or they're very shiny. And I think making them shiny would serve this well. How we doing here? Yeah, the flag isn't going to be painted before I stop. Unfortunately, thought about it too late. All right, where's the chrome I like to use? This mithril silver. You are the ammo guy for your unit. Rounding up the Captain 556. Let's see the center dark. So we're just going to go over the edges. Okay. That does look a little better. Now there's some details here on the valve cover. You personally lifted every phosphorus round in your tank unit when we turned them in. For your tank round? You get sitting around on 105 millimeter phosphorus rounds? Oh, that looks better. Yeah, a little bit of something something. That's looking pretty decent. Now, as I like to say, let me step away from it so I can see what I've been doing. I think it needs the flag. I think it needs the flag to make it, really drive home the point. Let's put it next to another inbred vehicle here. This is Hillbilly Hacksaw. And of course, Hillbilly Hacksaw looks better because it's been flat coated. Evens out all the tones and stuff like that. This one was airbrushed. It made it look all like rusty and stuff. Both of these are 27-point vehicles. So 7 rounds for 54 tanks. Isn't that stuff against the Geneva Convention? Not that I care. Gotta win the war first. Yeah, and this is going to sit back here. Let's see if we can put a little piece of stick on it. Much as I want to get this thing done. You must have patience. Yeah, I think we're gonna. We're definitely gonna use the flag. And I think that the mast of the flagpole probably be like, color like this, something like a light wood type color. Maybe I'll do like a light gray, and then I know it's got a notch in it, but still we're gonna do the rednecks sign. I think this is looking pretty damn good. So soon it will be done, and then we will work on the Homer sectional, which I don't know what it's armed with yet. So, but yep. Thanks for stopping by, folks. It was considered a smoke round, and then some. White smoke, the great white smoke.